Hello, my friends. Hope everybody is having a wonderful week. We're here to make it just that much better. It's Jeff and Corbett coming at you with Week 8 of NECC Collegiate Overwatch. And, we got two teams in the Challengers Division looking to inch their way up to the top of the bracket.
Yeah, we do indeed. It's Blugold Esports versus Eagle Esports here. We've seen, I think, both of these teams on stream. I know for a fact that you and I casted Eagle Esports versus, I want to say, Augustana
That's
a while
correct.
back.
Back in Week 4.
Both
Week 4.
Both of these squads have been having a banger season, though. Jeff, they're doing quite well. I think Blugold's sitting at 4-2. I want to say no. Eagle Esports is at 4-1. So both of them looking to get kind of this is, I would say, almost a power match, right? One of them wants to get the leg up over the other, and this is the perfect place to do it.
Yeah, that puts them in second and fourth, respectively. Yes, with Augustana sitting in the middle between these two squads. And coincidentally enough, the last time we saw either of these teams was versus Augustana College. So it kind of has become the benchmark for at least what I'm expecting here today. Eagle Esports were able to take that series in a 5-map thriller, while Blugold went down 0-3. But granted, last time we saw Blugold was way back in Week 1. So they've might have made some changes since then, because they've gone on a 4-1 win streak.
Yeah, they very well might have. I mean, like you said, it's been a pretty hefty win streak for them. And some of these matches that they've been winning, I mean, they were not close, right? These were, I think, like 3-4 3-0s and maybe 1-3-1 on the season. So it's been decisive victories all around for this team. But let's go ahead and take a look. I think we have our rosters here so we can see what players we will be seeing in today. And starting off right there with Blugold Esports and that very intense logo, right there will be, I think, one of the key players here. She's an excellent off-tank player. You'll see Marzo in as well, very solid main tank. Last time we kind of watched them play, I don't remember necessarily who the standouts was, but I do remember that this was a younger lineup, only 2 juniors on the team. So it's something to take into account here when we go overhead and look at Eagle Esports itself.
Yep, and as we are taking a look at University of Southern Miss, the Eagles are bringing a similar lineup that we saw, in fact, the exact same lineup we saw previously, highlighting Juicebox, Hero, and Riot, your main tank into your flex support. They just have such wonderful synergy as we have a look at this week's map pool. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Let's go ahead and look at maps. Why not? Set the stage here. It's going to be Nepal to start things off here in week number 8. And just a reminder, this is a fixed map pool week in and week out. So, we get to see some maps you might not otherwise see, like Blizzard World you've got down there waiting for us in the hybrid slot.
Yeah, we will get to see, we might get to see that played, right, if this goes more, but we will get those first 3 guaranteed at least here as we do get started on Nepal, kind of one of the archetypical Koth maps, and one of my personal favorites. I like it quite a bit. It offers, I think, a relatively wide variety of sites, and kind of, I think, when we see early on with these Koth maps, it's often difficult to draw too much in terms of a strategic picture of what teams like to run, because there's so much diversity that's required to successfully execute on Koth. For example, this is a very interior-oriented stage, right? We think about, what is this? Sanctum is a very tight space, right? You often see people trying to play around high ground. You see a lot of kind of distance comps, and you also see a fair amount of rush comps. And it looks like we might actually be getting a bit of a mixture of both here, now that I look at it, Bullskunk.
Yep, Eagle Esports coming out with a bit of the 6-man. Last time we saw them, they ran a lot of Brawl. Yeah. I mean, this is Rush. It's a variation, plays very similar. Don't let the Winston Diva fool you. This composition wants to stay together, stay tight, and just focus down opponents as quickly as possible. But they're running into a double shield with Soda on the Torb. Could make Reflex's life a bit difficult here on this Tracer, as Eagle Esports wastes 0 time exactly as they need to, rushing in and closing the distance against this double shield composition. Not able to find much on that first flurry, though. Blugold have some cooldowns to spare. Reflex going in the back, finds the turret, but it's Briscoe's coming up the gut, able to pick up 2, and slowly but surely, Blugold are getting strangled in this corner. And if they don't find more picks quickly on top of that one on the juice box, which is a good pick, well, Eagle Esports kind of let off the gas a little bit. I'm surprised they just didn't finish that fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. And they backed up now into a corner. I mean, they took the cap point, so they'll get a little bit of value off of it. Look, here comes Blugold just storming forward, wasting no time at all, and they've got their full lineup in play.
Oh, but here comes some ultimates as Juicebox Hero returns. It's the Coalescence combined with the Primal Rage that will be enough to convincingly finally put an end to this first engagement.
Riot is playing the Moira super well, right? Usually I think in a sustained battle, Moira usually kind of loses out, right, to a Baptiste, just because Baptiste can so consistently pump the heals. But a good Moira player can really make a serious difference, and I think we're seeing that right now with Riot. The other thing I was going to point out is the reason Blugold lost that fight initially is because they lost their 2 key players. They don't want to lose the Junkrat early again.
Raspberry's going to go ahead and invest the Gravitic Flux. They're able to pick up Riot with that, and the bulk of healing off the table. Follows it up with a kill on the other one as well. Support line falling under Raspberry's Sigma. And now the Dutch scientists making their way onto the objective to clean up. Eagle's going to try to stall for as long as possible, but this will inevitably flip over to Blugold's control.
This is an example of the kind of fight where you manage to keep Junkrat in it, right? He's your main source of damage here. Like, obviously Torbjorn is a DPS. I'm not going to take that away from him, but Soda's purpose is, I think, far more to deter flankers like Reflex, right? Just to make life more difficult in general, maybe for a Lucio that's trying to wall ride or something like that. The real center of damage is GS Morrison playing that Junkrat.
Keep an eye on EG Jacob. If all this mess starts going down and EG Jacob can get him in with this Death Blossom, it could really turn the tide. But GS Morrison not letting anybody get close, as both supports picked off again. Blugold targeting the back line. Briscoes comes in with a decent self-destruct, but the Pilot Diva goes down. Eagle Esports are able to flip the objective, so throughout this losing fight, Eagle are the ones building percentage.
What a good bit of play there from GS Morrison, and a good kind of response event from Blugold. But honestly, Eagle Esports, they get the lion's share of the credit right there, specifically Jukebox Hero, using that Primal Rage to just be incredibly disruptive, right? And kind of stop the rotate back to the point from Blugold, which just extended the percentage. You're not winning in big numbers, right? But you're winning in inches, Jeff, and that's what matters, at least in that specific situation. But now they've got their work cut out for them.
There we go. Death Blossom's coming out, but there is an amplification matrix there, immortality as well. Maybe enough damage done with the back of both support ults. Eagle Esports storm forward and are looking to drive Blugold all the way back to their spawn doors. They succeed in finding it and are starting to flip the objective back over. Darn close Sanctum to start us off, though.
It is a darn close Sanctum. I couldn't agree more. It's interesting how good of a job Soda has done of actually shutting down Reflex. Reflex has basically been a non-issue, but the aggression of this tank line is just overwhelming the double shield. They're not able to leverage enough damage out of the Junkrat to really sustain.
Pulse in, gets the immortality field out. Now Reflex going in, hunting. But Raspberry comes over the top with the Gravitic Flux, try to bring this thing back. EG Jacob behind Juicebox Hero, who's going to go and drop that Primal Rage, take out Mr. Whiskas. Soda finds 2 with the Molten Core. Floor is lava. Lochus almost ends up off the side as Soda finds another one. Perfect placement of the Molten Core, and it melts half the team from University of Southern.
They don't retake, though. That's the sad part. Soda with a beautiful ult, but too many of the rest of the team was dying around them. I think to really make that a huge differential, right? Something interesting, I think, actually to point out overall, Bullskunk, and what happened right there. And I praised Soda just a minute ago because I said they were doing a very good job of focusing down their opposite number and Reflex, which they were. But they were doing too good of a job of it. They were too focused on Reflex. So you saw Reflex kind of being a nuisance in the backline, and every time we looked at Soda, I think almost every time we had a camera perspective, Soda was shooting at Reflex. And you know, that's what the turret is for. If you're the Torbjorn, then you can level your damage from the rivet gun on the front line, get the shotgun blast in there, however you want to use it to help GS Morrison apply more damage to the front. And I just don't think we were really seeing that there.
No, unfortunately, the only kills that came in that final fight were the Molten Core kills. But we're back to Brawl. I think this is Eagle Esports' wheelhouse. I mentioned it at the top of the series. We saw him play a lot of Brawl versus Augustana and got the better end of that deal. Now they've got their feet planted on the objective. Sim turrets are up. Blugold going to try to approach from the top, circle around the other direction, drop on in. First Maywall is out. But through this little viewing window, a bunch of damage pouring out from Eagle Esports. Marzo already very low. Mr. Whiskas trying to give Trace, trying to keep him alive. But GS Morrison outstays their welcome with everybody so low. Juicebox Hero comes in, already has the Shatter. It hit their own main wall, but they will win the fight.
Yeah, they could have probably held on to the Shatter there, Bullskunk, if we're being honest with ourselves, but it's okay. I mean, they invested it. He'll probably get it back pretty quick, considering how fast he generated it. Just not a good engage. from Blugold. This is one of the problems in Brawl, right? If you hesitate to really push in, your opponents will capitalize on that. We're seeing it again.
This one taking place up on the high ground where Riot's going to go ahead and throw down an Ant Matrix. And look at that, Marzo already in so much danger. But it's Juicebox Hero who actually falls first. There's the return kill. 5v5 with no Reinhardts on the battlefield. Reflex coming up on this Blizzard. Raspberry needs to be acutely aware, try to put pressure down on that Mei. Otherwise, Reflex is just going to win this fight outright, at least potentially so. Marzo returns. Reinhardts are back as the fight continues on the objective from the high ropes. Holy cow, it's a 4-player shatter, but Mimic does get the sound barrier out just in the nick of time. The return shatter doesn't find anything, but that Blizzard finally came out. Photon barrier from Morrison prevented too much follow-up on that. So nice trades as far as ultimates, and nobody's got the edge. It's Brusco's coming through. It's Raspberry self-destruct. That's better. The Blugold on the back of some good ult usage, going tit for tat in that regard, able to win this fight.
It was a really well-timed Diva Bomb there from Raspberry. Saved the day, quite literally, because it looked like things weren't going so well. You saw Soda was kind of getting pushed back, right? And then Bruce was unleashing one of them Bruce bombs, as you termed it, before we got started here. That was come sailing across the point. So well put. But no, it was a really genuinely good effort there to get that Diva Bomb in earlier and kind of preempt the attack.
Nice teleport to the high ground. Drop it in. Riot is going to throw down an Ant Matrix here shortly. It's actually Mr. Whiskers who opens up first. Eagle decide to wait out that one before investing one of their own. Shatter comes through, though, right into the box. Finds 4. Immortality Field temporarily keeping Eagle alive, but they are very much on the back foot. GS Morrison punished for trying to get out there and finish off those kills as Juicebox Hero circles back around. Allow time for some healing. Sound barrier out coming from Blugold. Oh, but the shatter lands from Juicebox just as the shields are fading. And everybody just gets swept up, smashed under the weight of Juicebox Hero's hammer.
Again, hesitation, the killer right there, Bull Skunk. They had a beautiful opportunity. They had, what, a 5-man shatter, I think? What, the amplification matrix up, they could have bypassed it if they had just had coordinated aggression, if they had pushed forward right there. Instead, we saw kind of a split push that allowed the wall to come down, right? Just slowed everything down. That was the last thing they needed. They needed a decisive strike.
Wall used early from Reflex in this one. Shatter comes down again. That's a 6-player shatter. 2 kills on the fire strike. Marzo looking to one-up Juicebox Hero in this Reinhardt v. Reinhardt battle. And Blugold do not hesitate this time. They are able to push in, and it was, well, their last chance to do so. So better late than never, I suppose, here, Corbeck.
Yeah, sure. Better late than never. Let's say that. I mean, it's interesting. You were like, they didn't hesitate, and you're right. They didn't hesitate to use the amplification matrix, but they did hesitate to engage even after they got 2 fire strike kills. I mean, you can kind of give them a benefit of the doubt right there because they have the amplification matrix. Okay, yeah, I get it. But I don't have a lot of hopes for them in this fight, considering it's 5 ults to 2. Probably not going to go so well in favor of Blugold, but you see. Never know. Eagle Esports might not be able to get them all off in time.
Well, the Shatter only picks up 1, so they're able to get back on their feet. Does have the Death Blossom, might be able to bring it back, but you got to survive the Blizzard, the Ant Matrix, and the Photon Barrier all invested. Here comes the Bruce Bomb out on the objective, while Brusco picks up some kills in Pilot Diva form. Indeed, the ult economy just too strong here for Eagle Esports. They're going to clean this up, flip this objective, take our sub-map and our first map of Nepal. 1-0 to Eagle Esports to start off the series.
Economics wins again. So I never liked economics as I was in school. The alt economy is the closest I'll ever get to the subject. But unfortunately, right there, Eagle Esports, I mean, they just had too much in the tank, right? When push came to shove on that particular attack. And I mean, I can't necessarily blame Blugold for that, right? You're getting into the end sort of point of a round where you just kind of have to use whatever you have. By the way, we're just watching Juicebox Hero tear his way through the entire Blugold lineup right there. But you get to the point, right, where you just have to use what you have. You have no choice. If you want to retake the point, you can't be doing high-level considerations about ult economy. That's the situation they were in, and many a time have I seen something like that happen on Cough Map, right, where you lose a bunch of ults, retaking the point, and then the other team just comes in with their 5 ults, and that's the end of it.
I mean, ult economy is a big part of the game. I mean, if you're able to win fights with 1 or 2 ults, I mean, that's discipline and good focus fire, and you get rewarded when you get down into those tense situations. Exactly what we saw from Eagle Esports there on that one. So a strong start, and looking to keep their number 2 seed as we continue to march through this. Coming up next, we're headed to Hollywood here for our next map, Corbeck.
It'll be interesting to see what comes out of Hollywood, actually. I mean, I think we could see probably more shades of that rush, right, that we saw last time. But Hollywood, probably more than either of the 2 stages we saw of Nepal. Hollywood does behoove a certain level of kind of high ground control. You think of a phase like Streets, right, where you have a lot of high ground that players can play off of. The problem with the Brawl is, despite having the Winston and the Diva in it, like you said, it's not really about the dive. Those are almost played as if they were ground-based tanks. You see the short leaps from the Winston, but you never see anything really spectacular. So it makes me wonder if we'll see something like that maybe coming out on the first stage, and then a swap up to maybe even something more dive oriented on the second. That's just kind of my suppositions, though, of what we might see.
I mean, you can run Reinhardt-based composition, and use the elevators. I mean, I think the elevator change in Hollywood is one of the best QOL changes in the game. Like that was such a smart move, and it just makes why was it like that from the first place? Like, come on.
I know, it's a good question, isn't it? It's one of the ones where you look at it now in hindsight and you're kind of like, yeah, that never made sense to begin with. It does. It enables you to do things like you said. It enables a Reinhardt to be much more viable, especially on that Streets phase. But again, I mean, it's one thing for the Reinhardt to be able to take a single attack vector right up to the top of the map. It's another thing entirely if you have the mobility to get there from a couple of different ways. Looks like some substitutions are actually coming in here, and I'll just take a look. Blugold is subbing Retro in for GS Morrison there on DPS, and it looks like another DPS is going out. Eagle Esports is subbing in A60 for EG Jacob as DPS as well. So a little bit of a changing of the boards right there.
Interesting. We didn't see Low Life play at all. A601. Low Life didn't play at all in that week 4 matchup that we were referring to. So the first time we're getting to see Low Life here on stream. I'm sad that we didn't see Morrison, whose name is Jack Morrison, unironically, play the soldier. Like, my feelings hurt a little bit. I figured that's just too perfect. But alas, Retro is now in for Blugold. They look to try to bring things back here. So we take a look at beautiful Hollywood. I love these cinematic shots. Just Blizzard does such a good job with the aesthetics and the style of it. This is a nice little way to kind of showcase some peace and quiet before all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, it's about the most peaceful LA will ever be. In a fictionalized representation, because if you've ever been down to, what is it, Grumman's Chinese Theater or whatever they call it nowadays, it is much, much more busier than that. There's not a single person in a Mickey Mouse costume trying to get someone to take a picture with them, and that's how you know that it's fake. Anyway. I'm taking a look here at the compositions that they're coming out with. It's interesting. Blugold is showing us sort of that double shield setup again. This time, though, Soda is going to be not on the Torbjorn. They're going to be playing the Hanzo in this, and Retro will be taking over Torbjorn duties. And a much more kind of rush, close-down comp coming out of Eagle Esports. The classic Cassidy May sort of setup there on the front line. Well, it's a very similar stylistic matchup to what we saw on the first stage of Nepal.
And if Eagle Esports can get through the choke and get that high ground without losing anybody, then that is a huge step forward. Then the move will just be to go play on the objective. As they're already racing up the stairs with some Lucio speed. And you can see Blugold just starting to rotate back to the point.
Did they time it too late, though? That's the big thing, and that's always the challenge with stuff like this, is you have to time your rotates well, and it looks like they did. They managed to set up on the opposite high ground, and they can just chunk damage over into the side of Eagle Esports.
But University of Southern Miss. Ooh, okay. I mean, they sped over. They were waiting for that cooldown, and they moved on the objective, but they lost Low Life on the approach. And that just kind of started the dominoes of falling, as Low Life was a little late to drop off the high ground, and a large chunk of your damage is then absent. So once this melee actually went underway on the objective, Blugold had the advantage before the fight ever kicked off.
Big turret wins there for Retro. I think he got a 3K off the back of that turret, so it's doing work right here. And they'll go ahead and reestablish. I think part of the problem was Low Life tried to hang back, right, to sort of use the fight on the point as a distraction. Now this is a bit spicy because Retro's way out of position here as this push comes down. Ooh, I think they should have pushed the high ground there. I think they could have caught some of them in transition.
Well, the last they're going to go ahead and just rotate all the way to the back. Try to hold Blugold inside a cafe. Dragon's out just to devalue Riot's amplification matrix. And you can see the front line just trying to mow down Marzo. Raspberry already fallen. Marzo not fall behind. Now the tanks are gone. And on their second attempt, Eagle have found a lot more ground here. Even got a couple of ults out from the other side.
Oh, it's just unfortunate. So, I mean, you look at a double shield defense, right? A lot of it relies on your ability to leverage firepower, right? You got to get enough damage down range fast enough to slow down the enemy team. Juicebox is just going. He's not giving him a moment to rest. But you got to be able to leverage enough firepower, right? And unfortunately, they could not leverage that firepower because they never reset their positioning. That's the bedrock of the entire composition. You saw when that fast reset came in from Eagle Esports, the members of Blugold were kind of all over the place, right? So they were never able to really ever set the blocks basically and defend from a position they like. This time they're kind of caught in the same trap. Look at how spread out they are and trying to kind of find a place to hold while Eagle Esports just looms on high like their namesake. Oops.
That was a nice read. Blizzard out on top as well. We'll buy a lot of high ground positioning from the top ropes. Shatter comes down, picks up 3, and Bruce lets the self-destruct just ring across the streets of Hollywood.
Well, there's that the Bruce bomb.
That was a Bruce bomb for you
right there. That was a Bruce bomb. Yeah, they had them all where they wanted them, and they dropped the bomb on top of them. Mistakes being made here on the double shield composition. You're not supposed to engage aggressively into the face of a brawl comp. You're just not supposed to do it. Like, you got in that situation, you just got to hold the low ground almost. But here they come again. There's no way they're recontesting. The Dragon's thrown up almost petulantly at the end.
Reflex with a beautiful May wall there saved Juicebox Hero's life. Juicebox is down to absolutely nothing, courtesy of a good halt from Marzo. So good play by Reflex. Coming into this next point, I mean, it's support ults. We're already seeing the Ant Matrix out, and Deadeye through it. Oh my goodness, Lowlife just rippled through the team and cut him down to size.
Yeah, just can't leverage firepower. They never are able to get set. In that case, it was partly their own fault and partly the fault of Eagle Esports, right? Using a good combination of ults. But at the same, time, Blugold didn't look particularly comfortable. They were sort of shifting, backpedaling, whatever. And when you're shifting and backpedaling like that, you're inherently doing a little bit less damage than you actually need to do. Setting up here, though, towards the end, kind of in the parking area, they might be able to kind of leverage the firepower again and do some serious work. But the rotation probably going to come out here from Eagle Esports pretty quick, I would imagine.
I mean, it was a good kill on the Lucio that bought him that much time, and here we go. Eagle Esports already back into it. Richo can't quite find the kill on the Reflex. Now the sound barrier's up. Eagle rushing in. Juicebox, 85% of Shatter falls to the shots from Marzo. And Blugold are doing a good job of handling the aggression, this time all rotating to the side of trailer, keeping the enemy in front of them, and able to leverage that firepower and get enough value out of the poke.
Much better defensive play coming out right there from the side of Blugold. You mentioned it yourself, Wolfskunk, right? The very solid rotate over to the side. They just kind of kicked out. It's exactly what you want to see for a double shield composition. It's just a little bit of a shame that it's taking them until the very bitter end of this map to do something that good. But hopefully they can repeat the same trick again when the push comes from the other side.
Reflex rushing in, has the Blizzard, looking for somewhere to use it, focus down onto the Diva to try to get the D-Mech out, doesn't matter. Raspberry's still all over it, now the Deadeye and the Dragons are thrown in from Blugold with a couple of kills at their back and the respawn advantage. Blugold's defense looking strong here on this third point.
They do. I mean, there's still a little bit of pressure to be applied here, I think, by Eagle Esports, but that was the tail end of it. Soda doing a lot of work here on the Hanzo. The only thing is that Dragons did come from kind of behind the point, right? So I'm a little bit worried that Soda is sort of kicking out almost behind the enemy team, which sounds good in theory, but if you do get caught at that distance, he could be quite easily killed. But look at this run-up that's going to happen here again from Eagle Esports. This is where it really becomes challenging to push into a double shield composition. There's just so much firepower being focused on you as you move forward.
Well, they got through the initial poke phase, and Bruce Goose has got a self-destruct in. This one picks up a double kill as well. Every time Bruce Goose presses that Q, it seems to find multiple kills. It's just the timing, the placement is ridiculous, and Bruce Goose just initiates the attack, guides Eagle Esports into a completion here on Hollywood with a $148 left in the bank.
Switching sides.
It's awesome. That's a real kind of master of the art right there. He fires that in so perfectly. It was exactly where it needed to be, exactly when it needed to be, and like you said, just completely shattered the defense, right? I think if that had not just slid in like that when it did, I think there was a fair chance that Blugold Esports could have won that fight, but alas, it was not to be. Just too strong, the Bruce bombs, too accurate, precision-guided munitions there coming out of the Diva.
I mean, against double shield with an immortality field as well.
Ready for battle.
Yep. The immortality field didn't save them from the last bomb either. It actually deployed like, I don't even know how they used it because it still died to the bomb, but it didn't save anybody. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there. And this time we didn't even see it at all.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been Mimic in there with a clever boop to knock people out of the radius
Possible.
of the immortality field. Yeah, I'll be anxious to see that one back in VOD. But hey, it's time for Blugold to set their eyes forward on their attack phase, and well, they're running into a similar composition from Eagle, a little bit more poke damage available from Low Life and Reflex, and Bruce Goose making the swap off of the Diva as well.
3, 2, 1.
It's interesting composition that Blugold is showing us here. It is kind of, I would say, relatively poke oriented. I'd be curious to see how much value Retro is going to get out of this Echo moving into a double hit scan kind of DPS situation, because theoretically their life should not be too particularly easy, especially if they're just going to kind of float in the air in front of both of those hit scans, kind of like what they just did.
I'm taking the objective.
Do have that mobility to get all the way around, try to punish this rotation. It's got a flurry of sticky bombs in. Meanwhile, the bulk of Blugold still sitting on the high ground. Marzo tries to drop down, but got a little ambitious trying to chase up the stairs and ends up surrounded. Meanwhile, Bruce Goose is able to pick up one, and Eagle Esports have just divided and conquered this attack.
It's a good way to put it. I mean, unfortunately, I think Blugold played into that a little bit. It's one of the hallmarks of what we've seen from Blugold is that they don't always coordinate their attacks super well. Their attention got split right there, I think. They didn't quite know who to go for, and that allowed some members of Eagle Esports to remain on the high ground and cause problems, and then some members of Eagle Esports to just kind of brawl it out on the point, and that's the ideal scenario, right, for a composition like what they're running.
Well, this time Blugold, well, mostly sticking together. You still have the Echo going around, but Eagle Esports are ready for it. That tiny little corridor is just easy picking. Fish in a barrel for Low Life and Reflex. Blugold didn't even get close on that one.
Yes, barrel meet fish, or I should say fish meet barrel. That's, by the way, what a weird expression. You ever really thought about that one? Like, what psychopath?
Have you played
what
Back for Blood?
psychopath
There's a whole tangent about it in Back for Blood. I highly recommend it.
So strange. She was doing that. Big shatter, by the way, from Juicebox. And again, right at the gateway, they are denied. No one is allowed to see the wizard. Not no one, not know how here in Hollywood. Juicebox just backs off in a brutal stagger there as well. Will Skunk, you hate to see it.
I got to go back and explain this because there's a whole talk of like, were they using a shotgun? Because I feel like that would just explode the barrel, and like a pistol's not going to be effective enough. Like, what exactly were you shooting into this barrel of fish? And who started this? 'Cause anyway,
strange.
and this metaphor of
Idiots.
Blugold is definitely the barrel of fish. Retro coming through does have the duplicate immediately going on to the Reinhardt, trying to drop into the thick of everything, throws down the hammer, and it lands directly onto Mimic, who had the sound barrier in their pocket. Low Life strikes back, and it is a 5v5 on this objective right now. Reflex moves up to the top of Cafe, and immediately gets shut down by the Deadeye coming out of Soda. It's now Bruce Goose bringing it back. It was a 4v4 on the objective. Blugold had a glimpse of an advantage, and Bruce Goose just absolutely stole that away.
It was a good play from Retro. It was genuinely a good play, and they hadn't marked the Echo for whatever reason. They hadn't marked the Echo, so they were able to kind of drop in the middle of everyone, start swinging the hammer. They even got the shatter, but the follow-up was just kind of minimal. That was the real problem. There just wasn't much to it. Soda was the only one who I felt like really contributed to anything out of the initial break. The rest of Eagle Esports just able to manage that well enough. But here we go, do or die time, less than a minute left in the round.
Yeah, Retro lucky they didn't get pounced on there. The rest of Blugold trying to push in, but the sound barrier is now out. Eagle Esports free to get aggressive, shatter in a small hallway, and Blugold Esports, oh my goodness, they're just getting ran over right now. Let's throw another metaphor out, because that was just a giant ball rolling into this tiny corridor.
Yeah, nothing they could do. I mean, they tried to take the stand-up fight. I don't necessarily blame them for trying to force the issue at close range. But the minute the Mimic used the sound barrier, that strategy immediately became invalid, right? Because you just do not have the sustain or the damage to overcome. Beautiful kill by Soda. Can they turn this into something?
Now channeling a Deadeye, has a couple skulls on the screen. That's going to pick off Bruce Goose as well as break the Reinhardt shield. So the tank's quite vulnerable, at least what's left of them. And with the overtime wick burning, Blugold finally had a fire lit underneath them. And they push in the swap to the Winston, proving very valuable indeed. Eventually getting this car on the road.
Yeah, the swap to the Winston was pretty good, actually. I don't know if it was the decisive factor, but it kind of feels like it was. Marzo just jumping up, getting hyper aggressive right up in the face, sort of set up some opportunities for Soda to do some damage. Can the boop come in here from low? Just, yeah, nice. It does. Good boop, too.
The G-Spox Hero now on the low ground, but Bruce Goose is going to drop down with it, and it's Mr. Whiskers who find themselves unexpectedly with the Reinhardt's raining from above. This is just clean up from there. Once Mr. Whiskers is out of the fight, there's just not enough sustain.
Unfortunately, though, you see again that kind of what I was talking about, the split focus from Blugold right there. It was a good play by Logis to disrupt the enemy team, but I felt that there was no designated target once it was split. Again, Soda, by the way, has just been the ult shutter downer on this side for Blugold and has been doing some serious work.
Juicebox Hero ate a big bio-nade from Mr. Whiskers, making that swap after dying on the Baptiste, and it's proven fruitful. Gets the kill onto Riot as well. Probably the most two priority picks, courtesy of Mr. Whiskers, and the Ana showing up big time for Blugold. Why didn't you run this from the beginning?
Just gonna throw it out there again. Soda shut down another ult. That's the third one.
There you
right
go.
there. That Soda shut down. He killed Mimic in midair when Mimic, for some reason, decided to use sound barrier as he was getting bounced around like a beach ball. Yeah, he was getting bounced around by a beach ball. He tried to use sound barrier and Soda in one match, which is honestly getting close to the most I've seen in a really long time.
Now has one of their own. Deadeye from above drops down, finds low life. The Juicebox Hero has the shatter down there. DPS looking to bring this thing back. Attackvisor's already picked up one, and it's a 4v4 on this point. But there's no speed, no sound barrier, no Marzo with the Primal. Both heroes, the only two that had ultimates, were taken out of this fight early, and Eagle Esports are still hanging on. Could be a quick re-engage.
They need to make it a quick re-engage. Bullscum if they have any chance of winning this. Marzo with a good Primal Rage. That might actually translate into something. Unfortunately, Logis is dead. Marzo jumping around, though, being disruptive. Here comes Attack Visor as well from the high ground. Great displacement there to try and put Reflex away. Retro gets the kill. The bomb comes down on top of things. Raspberry, though, no joy in that as the Amplification Matrix still cooking there on the back line. But unfortunately, the calculus, the brutal calculus of the team fight, not favoring Blugold Esports here.
And neither is the clock, unfortunately. Only 5 seconds remaining. Oh, that's already gone down. Sound barrier in the final second. Trying to make a desperation push here for Blugold, but they have got their work cut out for them. No ults online. Swaps to ball. Juicebox Hero coming up with a shatter. Shatter is now online, ready to go. Oh, lands right on Mr. Whiskers' dome. Oh, that one hurt. That was just a squished watermelon. And Blugold have been scattered across the sands of Westworld. It's a 2-0 to Eagle Esports as they move up to match point in our series.
I do want to just add, as much as Eagle Esports was obviously the dominant player there, on Blugold's side, the way that Soda was playing that McCree was Cassidy was so good and so interesting. Really just smart, like smart Cassidy play, not necessarily Superman. Oh, there it is again. Good Lord.
It was from over the building. That's what
it was.
The coordination between the shatter was so good. I didn't mean to interrupt your point. That
Precision
was just
guided. No, you're fine. It was worth it. It was so well done. He didn't even have eyes on target. That was indirect fire right there. He just put it right where it needed to be. But I was gonna say, I just want to point out the way that Soto was playing that Cassidy was really impressive. Not necessarily like super mechanically gifted, which is what we always say when you see a Cassidy. It's like, oh, he's the the hit scan, he's the specialist, but just like smart use of the ultimate, smart target identification, hitting the shots that he needed to. It's unfortunate that his team lost, but Soda themselves was a very impressive player and deserves some recognition.
Speaking of deserving some recognition, we got some stats in from our producer. Juicebox Hero had 13 Earthshatter kills on 14 stuns. So, I mean, a lot of ults were shut down by Soda, but Juicebox Hero still running rampant on the Reinhardt. Will they continue to do so? We're going to take a quick little intermission. When we come back, it's Dorado. We'll see you on the other side of this break for map number 3. The Golden Eagles from University of Southern Mississippi up 2-0 at the half over Blugold from the University of Wisconsin. And, I mean, it was the DPS. Soda and Retro tried their darndest and had some really good looks, some really great moments. Still wasn't enough to overcome the tank line of Juicebox Hero and Bruce Goose.
No, and I mean, I think that we saw a pattern across both of those maps where that tank line that we do like to talk about, right? They were the kind of impact players, not to take away from any of the other members of the team because it's a team game, right? So Eagle Esports, they were all playing pretty well, but the control of space, the ability to sort of shift the way the fights were going was so impactful. And if you look at the two sides in comparison, especially on the first map of Nepal, that hesitation coming out of the tank line on the side of Blugold Esports was just killing them every single fight. Whereas there's never been any hesitation right on the side of Eagle Esports. They are just going for the throat, no slowing down, right? They know exactly what they want to do, and that tank line has been absolutely critical as sort of the tip of the spear.
And I mean, the communication is glaringly apparent coming out from Eagle Esports, and that's all a credit to Juicebox Hero. Juicebox Hero is their shot caller, is the captain of this squad, and big credit for the main tank for stepping up and really pulling this team together. Seems to be the glue that holds Eagle Esports together, and that teamwork paid off. I mean, even going down early on a couple fights, they're still able to pull out the dub. As we take another look at our maps, Dorado up next. Could be a 3-0. Otherwise, we got a couple more maps in store for you. But Eagle Esports, this would be a definitive win. Both these teams coming in with 4 wins. Both these teams with a +6 map differential. Eagle Esports looking to really run away here in week 8 of 9.
And I'm going to do it as well. I mean, it's interesting. Blugold lost to Augustana, right, 0-3, week number 1. And that was a kind of ancient history to a certain extent. But the last time we saw Eagle Esports, week number 4, they beat Augustana 3-2. So transitive property being applied right there, as much as I hate mathematic terms, but transitive property being applied, we probably are looking at Eagle Esports just walking this one through. But you never know. I mean, like you said at the very start of this, right, Blugold has had their moments. They've had times when they've shined. It's just that on the whole, it really has looked like Eagle Esports is a stronger squad. And I don't necessarily know, again, Blugold here coming out with this double shield look. They've tried to run it a couple of times. I don't think it's ever been particularly effective, but I am excited to see more of Soda on Cassidy just because it looked so clean last time.
Retro on this Reaper is a little interesting. It seems to go against the concept and where the rest of the composition wants to play. You want to maintain 10-meter distance at the very least for optimal range in a double shield comp, and you want the rest of the cast, your supporting cast behind those tanks, to be able to do that. That's why I do like Mr. Whiskers on the Zenyatta, excuse me. The Discord will prove very valuable. A bit of a dive look here. It's kind of a dive poke hybrid coming out of Eagle as they're grabbing some high ground early.
So it kind of fell down there too. I don't know if that was to challenge reflex or what, but a bit of a mistake. You want that stun up where it can challenge this dive that's coming out from Jukebox Hero, but I think they're happy to just play poke right now. Reflex still looking for an opening here on the backside, but Soda striking early, and that's the kind of decisive Cassidy play we were seeing from him.
We'll get rezzed up and it's back to a 6v6, but Jacob has to have that in the back of their mind right now. Gotta respect that Cassidy from Soda. Oh, Logis comes up with a huge kill. Trying to close this gap as the fight moves into courtyard. Juicebox Hero gets decimated immediately. Bruce Goose out of mech, and the double shield so far so good from Blugold.
Ooh. Jacob, run! No, Soda there again. Soda on the Cassidy is an absolute baller. Let me tell you what. Retro, by the way, I want to give a little shout out to Retro because it was barely noticeable in what happened here as we see Retro go chasing Reflex into a basement. Retro, the rotate was coming very late from Blugold right there, and they nearly got the cart underneath, like all the way through the bridge, but it was Retro who jumped in front of it and actually stalled it out long enough for the rest of the team to reestablish. But that's Nano Monkey dropping in the middle of the mix.
Yep, and forced out of the Immortality Field. Both supports already down. Neither Primal Rage is unleashed as well. Soda down to 17 health. Just gets squeezed like a Goomba mushroom. And that is Juicebox Hero in this tank line. Once again, able to push this thing home.
Many Goomba mushrooms died to bring you that reference right there. Absolute tragedy. Mushroom Kingdom, never the same. But anyway, it's interesting to note, by the way, it was a really good play from, again, Juicebox to be the one who opened that up, right? Because he staggered the Nano into the Primal, he just got so much value out of both of those ults right there. And then to get the DPS early on was exactly what they needed. Such a good buildup. But look at the ult economy now. Blugold with a distinct advantage here. If they use this correctly, it will pay absolute dividends. But the key thing is using it correctly. That's a very good pick to start. You can't even res it because that's the person who reses.
I mean, Eagle Esports were already stalling out because they had lost Reflex. Another Nano out, though. Juicebox Hero looking to initiate, and Bruscos takes out Mr. Whistles before they can pull the Transcendence. Retro trying to chase back down towards the cart. Looking to teleport back up. Just make it back. Raspberry not so lucky. So Blugold, in trying to stabilize and trying to stop progress, have sacrificed a couple members. But Soda showing back up to bring this thing back. Death Blossom unleashed as well. Most of it got DM'd, but Bruscos eventually demeched.
You asked quite rightly, I think, Bullskunk, at the very start when we saw this competition come in, as Lo just gets taken out, and that is a unpleasant loss because now all your healing is on the back of one orb from a Zenyatta, and now you've got a, never mind, Primal Monkey coming in as well. My color point can wait for a second here. Okay, no, we got a bit of a backup. You asked quite rightly, what is the point of having the Reaper, right? Because it's a little counterintuitive. I just spoke his name into death, but the Reaper's point is to do exactly what we saw on that high ground, which was just to stagger the attacks from the tanks, and he's doing a very good job of it.
Now there's an amplification matrix in the back. Nice pulse bomb's gonna find Soda, who's been giving Eagle a lot of problems, winning a lot of fights for Blugold. And Retro just gets slept, tries to run out and buy a little bit of time. Yeah, I mean, stalled for a moment, but alas, Eagle Esports are pushing into the power plant.
I mean, and the thing is, like, Retro is doing his job. He is fighting the tanks. He got the Winston down there, and he demeched the D.Va in that fight, but there was just nobody left by the time that they kind of got him down. So, unfortunately, you know, it's a successful completion of your task, but a little too late for the rest of the team. But again, I do want to give credit. I think both these EPS have been doing a great job, but man, these Nano Monkeys are making it pretty hard.
Yep, and Reflex doing a good job of following up on that. Blugold Esports don't have a whole lot of room to work. They've had to give up all this high ground. Raspberry knows it and is trying to put a little bit of pressure up there, but can't stick around too long. Eagle Esports really claiming their space. Retro, though, does push up and buys the corner back with a supercharger to back them up. And the War Drums have kind of scared Eagle Esports into giving up a lot of that ground that they had previously attained.
Yeah, the fight's still going here. Retro trying to wrap their way back around. Soda doing some serious work as well. There goes Retro again. Hunting tanks, doing their job. Soda doing their job. Unfortunately, they're getting huge value here out of E.G. Jacobs. Massive Big Bob the Butler on the back line. That is to say that they weren't really able to capitalize on that. So that was a good butler, but not a necessary butler, not the butler, let us say. I just want to point out, I think one of the big issues that Blugold is suffering with here, Bullskunk, is the survivability of both of their supports. And I hate to say it as a support player myself for a long time who often had, you know, bad situations. You just have to learn to stay alive, and I don't necessarily see it. Look, there again, Logis is down early.
Oh, and had the ult to use as well. Death Blossom in a small hallway, able to get one, so both flex supports now out of the fight. So able to pick up one, and Eagle Esports looking a little bit scattered at the moment. Okay, they're protecting the res in that top hallway. Retro push it in. It's like, oh my, that's the entire team waiting for you right there. Eagle Esports taking a moment to breathe. That's the nano boost engage. Here they go in. Juicebox Hero kind of push people back into the corner. Marzo's going to come out on the Reinhardt, but there's a Bionade on him. No healing available to you. Great focus fire from Eagle Esports. And now they're moving in to finish the job, to finish the map. Still have Retro trying to stall by what they can. Even picks up a kill along the way, trying to whittle through the ranks of Eagle Esports. Ant Matrix completely devalued as the burst bomb finds Logis. Reflex gets res, and Eagle Esports in a great position to finish this map. Just two tanks in their way.
Tanks in a brig. Mr. Whiskas comes sailing in right now to provide a little passive healing. Gets slept almost immediately, but is sustaining here as the bomb goes out. No joy on that, though, as the fight will continue. Now Soda here hunting supports on the other side. Ooh, good bit of play there from Soda, but he can't there. He finds it and he gets the other one as well. Soda saving the day yet again, and once more, the Blugold defense comes through, or the Blugold DPS comes through big on the defense. It's been such a telling aspect of their team, Bullskunk. Honestly, both of these two guys on DPS need a promotion. I don't know what you give them. Give them a bigger scholarship or something.
Oh my goodness. Eagle Esports, you've got to watch your flank. The moment you take your eyes off of those off angles, Soda and Retro are right there, and now both of which have ults. Soda waiting by the door with the Death Blast. Has to back up a little bit. There we go. Finally pulls the trigger on it. That shield's not going to last long. Gets stunned up. It gets the Immortality Field out. Now we got the Shatter coming through from Marzo. And it should be enough to clean up this fight. Marzo's going to pick up repair. Follow-up is on the back of this Earth Shatter. Eagle Esports going back to the drawing board with only 20 seconds remaining. This needs to be a quick regroup.
Mr. Whiskas is about to hit the rally as well, and Logis will have their ult too soon, but Mr. Whiskas is the one that's absolutely critical. He needs to not die, basically, before he can get that rally off, because if they get that rally off, they're going to get a ton of armor and a ton of sustain for this next fight as Bruce Goose goes up. They've got an ult in the tank, too.
And Matrix up from the defense. Bruce Goose looking to try to punish Logis from the high ground. That rally has been unleashed, and Soda and Mr. Whiskas have a ton of health, but it's E.G. Jacob who's able to land a couple of key headshots and start just taking this defense down to size. Raspberry falls to their counterpart on the other side with the overtime wick burn, and Eagle Esports have a wall blocking the defense. No contest coming through. They will complete Dorado, but a good hold from Blugold took away the entirety of the time bank.
Score.
It was a good hold, and I'm honestly a bit surprised that they managed to pull it off, because the defense was looking pretty porous there at about, I think, like 2 minutes in, but a really good stand from Blugold to make a huge difference there and push this into overtime. Oh, excuse me. Whew. I don't know what happened right there. Voice is not what it used to be. I tell you what, I'm getting too old. You sympathize. But I was gonna say I don't necessarily know if that bodes particularly well for them. The fact that they were only able to make a valiant last stand at the bitter end is not usually the best sign, right? That you're going to be able to do the same thing kind of on the offense and push the card all the way through. And again, I think the fundamental issue here for Blugold is coming down in a big part to support survivability, which when you're supporting Overwatch, nobody's looking out for you, right? They should be, but you have to assume that nobody is ever going to help you, and as a result you have to always be prioritizing your own survival as much as possible. And I think that's something they were suffering with, and I actually think the switch to Brigida by Mr. Whiskers was a good call, because it just allowed them to have a little bit more survivability, right? She's a hard character to kill, and I think we saw that perfectly illustrated. Mr. Whiskers was like the last person to die in the last team fight, and that's very useful indeed. I like that a lot. Well done. Good use of the sprays for a little creative expression right there.
Yes. Gotta love the combos. Let's hope it's indicative of some team play we see outside of the spawn room, as Raspberry just finds themselves in a world of hurt on top of the red building. Juicebox Hero waiting for him. Rotation from Mart, so it puts him on the high ground, but Juicebox Hero has read this. The rest of Eagle Esports is all over it as well. Retro goes down, who's been such a high impact player here for Blugold. Now they're caught in this weird situation inside of the little catwalk tunnel up there. Oh, Mr. Whisker falls early again. Logis is purple. Marzo doesn't have the sustain. Eagle Esports with a great first fight.
And look at, though, the target priority, the target focus is just not there. As good as Soda has been playing, I mean, you looked at the aim we saw in that viewpoint right there. It's all over the place. It's just one target to the next target to the next target. Now he's collecting kills. I mean, that's nothing wrong with that. He's got a support down here as well. But Riot nearly has the nano here. So we'll be seeing Juicebox, the nano monkey, jumping back on the point. There it goes. Immediately.
And trying to punish Mr. Whiskas and Soda. Immortality Field has been used. And Juicebox Hero, well, nowhere to be seen on the screen. Just had to get out of there. Did get up to 93% towards that Primal Rage. Re-engaging back in Courtyard. Those Primals have been pretty sick from Juicebox here so far.
They have. They've been decisive, but speaking of decisive, Soda trying to make a difference right there with the tack visor. Will not find it, though. Can't get any value out of it all and has to fall all the way back to his team.
And that was Juicebox Hero using their Primal Rage to devalue Soda's tack visor. Just not let him get set up in position. Now struggling to get through the choke. Blugold Esports have a tough decision to make. You try to just muscle this thing through up front. Looks like they're kind of split on how they want to handle it. Marzo eats a Bionade. Retreats back to corner. Lets the purple dissipate. And is no worse for wear. Retro gets driven off the high ground after a little bit of a flanking maneuver. Eagle Esports so far doing a great job of covering all their flanks. Bruce Goose, the one to receive the nano this time, going in. How's the self-destruct? Go to throw it in the back. Immortality Field already used. Oh, I hadn't used it yet. I saw Bruce Goose use. Whoa, that was a lot of damage. That must. What on earth just hit Bruce Goose? Went from 600 health to nothing immediately. Marzo comes through with a double kill pin. Still not sure what took Bruce Goose out of mech so fast. They do use the self-destruct to get back in it, but all the while, Marzo and Retro are collecting tallies.
Good push from Blugold. Good push indeed. This is probably the most decisive they've looked as an attacking force this entire time, right? Really good coordinated offensive. They just need to be able to maintain that. Now you're going to the second stage where the high ground dominance is 100% going to favor Eagle Esports here, especially with EG Jacob just perched up there. I'm very curious to see how they're going to break this.
You can see at the top of your screen right now, both DPS are looping all the way around, knowing they have to dislodge this high ground squad. Soda even managed to find a random Reflex along the way. I don't think Reflex was expecting to have a Cassidy and a Soldier 76 waiting on that high ground. Soda 76 has this tack visor ready to go as well. Yeah, sorry, I had to.
No, it's a good one. It was a good one. Oh, Marzo, speaking of good one right there, Marzo dominating the high ground with a double kill, takes out the support and the DPS. The pocket removed from the pants in that particular setup. Now Marzo just going to push forward a little bit. He's got space to play with here, Bullskunk, but they've got to watch out. Reflex might not be marked. Soda the only one who has a beat on it. Again, Soda doing whatever it takes to keep this team alive.
And that's the right call, is keeping eyes on Reflex, who's now behind that red bus there. But whoa, look at that Nano Monkey come flying into your back line. Mr. Whiskas goes down. Raspberry in a lot of trouble as the Bionade was there from Riot. Only got one from that, but Juicebox Hero close to a primal and got the most top priority pick you could.
How many Nano Monkeys have we seen? I mean, I'm trying to count. I think it was like, that's like the 6th or 7th Nano Monkey that we've seen, which is insane. You never see that many. The way in which Riot has been able to generate these Nano boosts has been absolutely spectacular. And now look at the ult economy here. Blugold Esports sitting on 5, almost 6 ults. Eagle Esports has at most 4, assuming one of their tanks doesn't die early on in this fight.
Yeah, but I think these are more in the sum of their parts. Juicebox Hero pops the primal after eating a flashbang. Immediately turns their attention onto Marzo, try to get him off the high ground. Marzo's pin, not quite in time, but Juicebox goes down. Tack visor up from Soda. And Blugold Esports managed to weather the primal rage and don't invest much of their own.
No, it was a good ult discipline actually coming out from Blugold. Kind of a counterintuitive to what we saw earlier. They didn't really use all of them, so they still have both support ults and tank ults to play with.
Big Omnic Butler from Jacob, just buying a little bit of time for this defense to re-engage. Reflex drops the pulse bomb into the back. Not able to find much. 2-player Bionade, Raspberry included on that. Has to play a little conservative until that fades away, but now it's time to go. Pull the trigger, self-destruct to start things off. Blugold Esports start to push in and then kind of pull back to the objective. Shatter just gets absolutely nothing, but it's Retro popping off on this Cassidy and making good use of the space created and the time allotted by the defensive Eagle. They will pick up point B, but now the power play awaits them.
Both teams actually drained their ult bank right there. Bullskunk again, though. Soda coming out big. I want to give credit to Juicebox Hero in that last engagement, though. We saw just really savvy Winston play. Some Winston player, you know, it's just hard sometimes as a Winston player, and some Winston players will really struggle with it, playing a frontline position in what is essentially a brawl comp against Reinhardt, because Reinhardt is kind of on paper much better at that. But you just saw canny movement out of Juicebox Hero right there, using the payload, using space, using the jumps to slow everything down.
And I think it truly prevented Blugold from getting super aggressive, but not this time. Retro's made a swap over to the Doomfist and finds 2 kills immediately as the big right hook from Retro just caught Eagle Esports completely blindsided.
What an interesting swap. Like, genuinely, what an interesting swap. You don't... There's not a lot of situations where somebody in the chat is like, hey, switch to Doom.
Right.
That's a rare thing. Doom is a specialist character of all specialist characters. I'm very... this is going to be interesting. There's a lot of potential here, and Soda's starting them off well.
Yeah, it did take but a split second for Riot to fall. Retro picks up another one, but here comes the shatter. Oh, Marzo just putting the the exclamation point, excuse me, on this push. And Blugold Esports will finish with a little bit more time. Eagle still trying to stall out for what they can. No fade for Riot, and eventually is going to get taken out. Here comes the stall, but the sound barrier in response should keep everybody bolstered. Allow Retro to do Doomfist things. Juicebox Hero now the focus of that attention. Meteor Strike thrown onto the point. Oh, and we got the April Fool's patch. I didn't even notice. We've got Google Eyes on the truck, and it's Eagle Esports who are standing googly-eyed right now as their defense got absolutely picked apart. They did whittle this time bank down nicely.
They did it just in time. They nearly hit overtime. They managed to stay
nearly hit overtime.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt,
good.
but I was like watching. I was like, oh, this is the actual fight. You know, this is the big thing. Wow, well done indeed. Oh man, where's this Blugold Esports been hiding? I missed this on the last map. I missed this on Nepal as well. All of a sudden, basically the attack from about midway through second stage all the way through to the end was almost like watching a different team in a lot of ways. That was crazy. I don't know if they've been hiding that, you know, waiting to unleash their true potential at the very last second, like some sort of movie hero. I don't know what it was, but Eagle Esports, I think, a little bit wrong-footed. I don't think they entirely expected to see such an aggressive and kind of confident Blugold Esports.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Dorado is like their home base, you know? It's like one of those maps they just feel particularly comfortable on. Maybe they're just a second-half team. You know, it took a couple of maps for them to warm up. But either way, Blugold looking on fire right now, starting us off on the defense first, heading into extra innings. I loved the Doomfist swap, too. Like, that was... It was that good catch you off guard kind of pick, and Eagle Esports never stabilized, never found an answer for that. Well, now Eagle coming out with the Sim May, looking at a bit of the Ice Queen comp.
Yeah, part of the problem there was that it was just so disruptive to have that Doomfist running around. I mean, again, it's a very odd swap, but in that scenario, it was very effective. That said, this is going to have to be quick engaged. They really have to close distance. There's no long-range play really with a Sim May, right? You can do what's being done right now and kind of fire these orbs, but this is not an effective use of your two DPS characters, and that is the worst possible way to start. Nelly going down early, that means her speed boost is not in play, and that means this entire composition has to play a lot more conservative.
I do like the rotation to make up for it. Juicebox here kind of dropping down into the back, and they get the return fire onto Logis. Oh, Nelly is back in the fight, and Eagle Esports trying to decide how they want to approach this. Wait for that right opportunity. It's the May wall they were waiting for. Now pushing in. Fortify out. Is going to get Marzo out of there with some health to spare. And Blugold doing a good job of kiting back. Marzo does eventually fall. Now there's an amplification matrix up. And Eagle Esports are in a prime position to put a 4th point on the board. Indeed, they will get through these double doors.
Wow. Okay, Eagle Esports showing some talent, right? Showing some skill. They've got it in them. We know that well from this point in time. So getting a very aggro composition of their own. That said, ult economy, that's going to be absolutely critical in overtime. Currently ticking towards favoring Blugold. They're going to have the tack visor. They're going to have the amplification matrix. And they're going to, most importantly, I think, have Raspberry's Gravitic Flux all online in the near future. And the composition they're running right now is not very well suited to challenging this high ground either.
No, but if Eagle Esports can sneak it underneath and force them to drop down like Soda is doing there, they're going to run into a similar fate. Everybody that drops into this, you're going to have a photon barrier, you're going to have an earth shatter. There's even a blizzard waiting in the wings for Blugold, whoever dares to try to contest this point. Because right now it belongs to Juicebox Hero and the rest of the University of Southern Miss.
They've still got room to run here as well. They've got Reflex holding on to this Blizzard again, a very key ult in these sort of overtime situations. They're bringing EG Jacob back on the Soldier as well, just for the speed of getting back into the fight. Blugold Esports, I mean, they still have the Gravitic to play with, but they're running out of tools to stop this push.
And Marzo tries to come out and contest, but doesn't get close enough. The point is picked up. The Blizzard is used for some cleanup kills. And this is going to allow Eagle Esports the room to push in and claim even more space towards point C. They had 60 seconds on the clock, Corbeck.
And 60 seconds on the clock. Yeah, more time to build up. This is
well,
exactly
I mean, they
what
started with 60 seconds. Like, they've made it this far with a 60-second time bank.
I know they're doing incredibly good work right now, and Blugold, they need to recapture some of that energy they had at the end of the last round. The ult banks are tied, right? Here comes the Gravitic early on. It's not used to divest the point, but it's a Bruce Bomb over the top. No joy on that one, though.
But I think it denied the follow-up on the Gravitic Flux Supercharger combo. 1-for-1 trades. 5v5. As Eagle Esports looking to complete this map for the second time, and with Reflex's double kill and the sound barrier at their back, Eagle Esports are pushing in aggressively. Not even this amplification matrix will be enough to dissuade this squad. The Golden Eagles fly through Dorado for a second time, now just a mere meters away from putting 6 points on the board. A slightly lesser time bank has been absolutely neutralized with a monstrous push in extra innings.
Ooh, boy. Blugold Esports, they got their work cut out for them on that. And not to mention that Eagle Esports has got to be absolutely over the moon with the way that win, right? That's going to be about as exciting as you could possibly get if you're a team that manages to shove through 2 whole stages in overtime. It's just, trying to think. I mean, one thing that I will add, and something that Eagle Esports is doing very well, is they're just putting a really decisive focus on the supports. As much as I talked about it being kind of the support's job to stay alive, it's so hard to do that when you see things like what we saw at the very end there, which is Juicebox Hero basically bypassing the tank duel, right? Didn't even really care that the Blugold Esports tanks were trying to engage, shoved past them through the amplification matrix, and just applied all damage directly to the forehead of Mr. Whiskas. And I mean, as a support who's experienced that, multiple times to organize play to deal with that, because at a certain point in time, positioning itself doesn't even matter, because the enemy team will just sort of smash their way through and get to you no matter what you do.
That's the kind of thing that'll have you waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Like,
it's a tilter for sure.
Oh my!
It's a tilter.
Oh, it's just when Blugold.
Speaking of tilter.
Yeah, we're gonna get the Maywall close hold here. Blugold had so much momentum, like they were looking so good on their attack, and I can't help but feel that Eagle Esports just popped that balloon. Ooh, the rotation all the way around. Blugold aren't gonna get caught by this. They're going all the way up to the high ground.
They are, but they get staggered. No, Soda gets picked off at the end of the caravan. That was the worst thing that could have happened right there, because now there's a split.
Soda could come in on the backside and perhaps get something done, because Eagle Esports are forced out of their little hidey hole, but I think Eagle are recognizing it, and Soda, swapped over to the Doomfist. Okay, it worked for you before. You've got one shot here to push all the way through Dorado. Show me what you got, Soda. Dive it in from the high ground. Able to get a good seismic slam in. Follow-up from Marzo is almost there. Shadow ready to go. With only 50 health, they have to fall back into the safe room.
They're going to come out, though, with that low health bar, shove their way through the amplification matrix, and Soda on the Doomfist doing so much work. It's exactly what they needed at this stage. Soda and Marzo just combining for frontline bludgeoning damage. All the devastation there being front-loaded, and they will break through that initial fight, but that's all their time gone from the bank.
Yeah, that's one fight down. You've got to win 5 or 6 more, depending on the pacing and how much space you claim.
That's about right. Yeah, I would go with that estimate. You got to just do that again and again. You've got a little bit of an volt advantage here. You got to use them early and fast. So you got to keep Soda alive.
Oh, Reflex has the Blizzard out. Marzo's frozen. Immortality field taken care of. Retro goes down. And, they're not going to get fight number 2. Eagle Esports come back in a well-timed, well-placed Blizzard is enough to take Dorado with the rug out from underneath Blugold Esports. Eagle will take a 3-0 commanding victory. here over University of Wisconsin. Eagle Esports move up to 5-1 on the series and are firmly in second place here in the Challenger Cyan division.
That's the googly eyes, though.
It's googly eyes.
Yes.
Yes.
They are. Oh boy. I mean, look at this is the kind of stuff that we were talking about, though, from Soda. Such a solid player, was doing so well all night long. I mean, this was a crucial play here to lay that push into overtime, but it just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. That's how it is sometimes, unfortunately.
I like how I've got this, like serious caster ending to the map. We do our it was intense, it was awesome, it was a dominant victory, and googly eyes.
Googly eyes. Yeah, it's great. I like it a lot. It's funny. It's never not funny. I'm gonna put it at that. But I just, I feel a little bit bad here for Blugold. They put up a fight, right? Especially on that last map on Dorado. They were looking spicy on the defense. Like you said, they had their moment, they had their momentum, and then kind of the theme of the match, right? As soon as they started to build momentum, here comes Southern Miss, the Eagles, and they just put just dump a bucket of cold water over the top of them and put them right back down to where they were. And Eagle Esports playing impeccably throughout, right? They were playing impeccably throughout. Their tank line was doing what they needed it to do. Their DPS were doing what they needed to. And most importantly, their supports were staying alive and heaping them up and fighting the entire time.
I mean, I can't think of the last time. I don't know about you at home, friends, but I can't think of the last time that I managed to push through Dorado with 60 seconds and complete all 3 points. Yeah, that's outrageous. Not to mention an organized play. So, I mean, that's how you answer. Eagle Esports. I mean, they have claimed the second place slot, and they certainly belong there. And it's the impeccable teamwork. I think is really what stands out above and beyond for me. But, I mean, that is going to do it for our first series. Is also going to do it for Corbeck and myself here on the day. Let me take a look at what we got coming up for you. It's going to be Ult Charge and Nuclear coming out next as they head to the Challengers Yellow Division. We're going to have CCE Blue taking on RPIB when we return with more NECC Collegiate Overwatch.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC Overwatch action over here on NECC2. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined, as always, with Berkeley Altcharge Stevens. Berkeley, how you feeling this week?
Nuke, I'm always feeling good when I get to cast some NECC Overwatch, and I can't get ahead of myself because I'm really looking forward to the second game we're casting. But up first, we've got the Challengers Division. It's Champlain College Blue versus RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute. And Nuke, I'm not going to lie, this might be the best map pool we've had all week. So I know both of these games are going to be high-flying, very diverse with the heroes. How are you feeling tonight?
I tell you what, Berkeley, I am absolutely elated to get into the action this evening. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The map pools look pretty solid tonight.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, control is control, but Nepal is one of my more favorite maps. Anytime you've got a control map with some chances for boops, like you do have on Nepal Sanctum, it's a blast. And then we're going to be going over to one of my favorite hybrid maps, that is Hollywood. If you watch the Oscars, you know there's a lot of tension around there right now. So hopefully these are going to be some high impact games that we're going to see on map number 2. And then Dorado, my absolute favorite payload for map number 3. I think we might actually see some Widowmakers get broken out. That is a map where hit scans can shine the brightest. And then we're going over to Blizzard World, another hybrid one. Not the biggest fan of the first point there, but second point, we have casted some games in the previous weeks that have not disappointed us there. That second point high ground, so highly contested, so fun to watch. And then back to control, Lijiang Tower. Everyone loves Lijiang Tower. And then our tiebreaker, map 6, if we need it, watch point Gibraltar. Nuke, just looking at this, going into Nepal first as a coach, what are you looking to see?
Well, as always, when you go ahead and, you're starting these matches, the first thing you're looking for is how are they playing? What are they doing? How are they engaging? What picks are they moving towards? And picks are variable to the players, as we know. So let's head right into the roster. First, we're going to look over at Champlain College Blue. We got Rig Pig, Mercy, Haas, Java Chup, Wolf Raider, and Bobo XXL. Now, heading over to RPI, you want to tell us what we're looking at over there, Berkeley?
Oh, I'm going to rattle them off. I'm going to rattle them off in the hero order you're going to see, not the top to bottom order you're going to see here. So playing tank, we've got Millimoo and Josh. And then the damage dealers for RPI tonight will be Needles and Legacy. And supporting the team, probably the most crucial team members in a 6 versus 6 team-based shooter, the supports are going to be Tam Venom and Fireflame. So those are the players. Those are the jobs they will be tasked with, and now we should be heading pretty much straight into Nepal, Nuke, and I'm excited to see what point we unlock first.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these control maps, Berkeley. It's as we were talking about earlier, you can get a lot of information for really no risk here. There's a high reward for no risk on getting this info because you know exactly how the other team is going to play when it comes to these brawl-style comps, which will obviously come up later if we get to those later control maps. So I always encourage teams, take the first map of control, obviously take it seriously, but look more at what they're doing and how they are synergizing as a team so that you can come up with countermeasures very early.
Yeah, and we're getting some spicy B-roll here, so this might actually not be the first point of Nepal, this village map we're seeing here.
5,
Oh, no, it won't be. Okay.
3,
We're not going to village, we're not going to sanctuary, but we will eventually go to one of those. Here, we've got TCE Blue rocking a pretty spicy looking comp. They've got Mercy on Genji, Haas playing the big boss Roadhog, and then on the side of RPI, a very standard looking composition for this map. Cole Cassidy, Symmetra, and the Rhine Diva, speed boosted by Lucio, and as always, you've got the Baptiste. So these are two teams that have very different records. Champlain College has the 5-1 record coming into this. RPI not having the best season to this point. They are currently 1-6, but Duke, I gotta give them a compositional advantage right here. They are coming to play. They're playing their best stuff. They know it. And as long as they just play this comp the way they should, I feel like they do have the edge here against Champlain in this opening fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I give it to you as well on the compositions. RPI definitely coming out on top, capturing this first point, and getting an early pick. Lucio killing a hog. Not often you see that in collegiate Overwatch.
No, not too much. We really don't see a lot of playtime for here on the Genji, deflecting there those Peacekeeper shots from Needles, but it does look like RPI will win this first fight. But on the side of CCE, they've farmed up that blade very quickly, and I would imagine Wolf Raider farms up that Nano before this next fight, and they've got a big wombo combo to go back in with.
That's a very good point, Berkeley. I mean, Mercy did a great job of just finding those dashes and hitting multiple people going through, taking out those turrets and building that ult charge like you were saying. Now looking at the side of RPI though, they do have High Noon online, which could be a great countermeasure as RPI is defending and CCE is looking to make this push. Posh up on the right, or on the left side, the High Noon will come out, Hook to follow up. Bobo finding 1 and 2 kills, Mercy finding 1 as well, and this looking like CCE will take the point back. But it's a good amount of percent that RPI was able to get on the board. Looks like they're gonna have about 68% as they turn over.
And that's pretty good too for some turn-based combat. That's only 2 fights and already 2/3 of the point captured for RPI. They didn't use many ultimates there. They kind of just got slaughtered by the Gravitic Flux and the Dragon Blade. But what I noticed from Champlain there is they saved the Nano. So I'm looking for Wolf to find the proper target, a damage boost for this fight to make a large impact coming up. But right now we just have RPI working their way into the point, but using a lot of support cooldowns to get that ground. Bobo popping the High Noon, zones them all back. Wolf slaps the Nano boost onto Haas. Haas has the whole hog in the back pocket right now, though. Just frontlining some damage into this Amp Matrix window. Lands the hook there onto Millimoo, but of course not going to be able to finish off the Reinhardt with just a hook and a couple of scrap gun shots. Another Flux coming out from Rigpig, slamming him down, finding 2 kills there. Rigpig already with 2 ultimates in this round, and we are only 100 seconds into it. Rigpig is really doing the most on Sigma.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Rigpig and Hossboss making all of the members of RPI squeal just a tad, and it's looking really good if you're CCE. That was a great defense on their end, and it seems as though when they're able to get 1 or 2 picks, they're capitalizing exceptionally well. RPI hasn't shown that level quite yet. We're seeing a setup. Rally's going to get popped by Java Chup. Oh, and it looks like a retaliation sound barrier will come out on the side of RPI as they're pushing in, and an attempted Earth Shatter comes out. Not gonna find any targets though, as Millimoo now swinging on point, trying to push Mercy off at the first chance possible. Looks like CCU will defend this, however, and they are gonna try to keep this Diva, baby Diva, alive as long as they can.
I love that play right there too. As the Shatter comes out, Mercy knows there's really no counter left for the Dragon Blade. That Shatter was their best chance to do it. Now they've got some zoning ultimates here as Obo pops the High Noon. That'll take care of Millimoo mid-charge. And they should be able to keep RPI at bay here to wind down overtime, but they haven't found the eliminations yet as a sound barrier was popped by Tan Venom. But now here come the kills. Rigpig with another Flux that finds a pair. And the third elimination of the fight for Rigpig as they Hypersphere down Needles, and that will be a wrap on round number 1. CCE Blue jump ahead 1-0 here on Nepal.
You know, I gotta say though, RPI is playing much better than what their score would indicate in their regular season. That was a pretty big brain play from Millimoo to throw out the sacrifice charge, knowing you're going into Needles High Noon. You know you're gonna die, but someone had to touch point to keep it alive, right, Berkeley? So RPI recognized that. Millimoo went in, took the sacrifice, and they started to follow up. Needles, you know, was able to get a couple of kills, but Bobo just shut down all of RPI's push with that High Noon in a beautiful play overall from CCE.
4, 3.
Yeah, in CCE they gave up 67% after losing that opening fight, but they really didn't make any changes to their composition. They kept on playing their game. They didn't give in to the success that RPI was getting. They never got flustered or in their own head, which you often can do in an opening round of Overwatch. You can think, oh, this other team is actually bringing a lot to the table. We underestimated them. They really just stayed in the pocket, played their style of Overwatch. And now they're rocking the double bubble composition here with 2 great dive DPS, and they are about to go buck wild. Mercy just looking for a dash in, but instead chooses the wiser, makes it a safe play. Dashing to the left side as it looks like 1 kill was found so far by Needles as the Hanzo is able to land that first arrow for the elimination, but Mercy comes back in, dashes down Josh, and now we've got ourselves a 5 versus 5, making a 5 versus 4 as Tan Venom gets eliminated by Rigpig. and that will be the first point being unlocked for CCE Blue.
And a great play indeed. You know, you said rearing their horns, getting ready, and oh dear, did CC Blue take that with confidence. Now pushing up in the chokehold. RPI finding a hard time getting in. Needle's also going to switch over to the Hanzo pick, and I love these picks on both of these teams. Dragon Blade coming out, Mercy diving the backline, swinging left and right. It's hard to tell what is going on for the viewers at home, but it's nothing short of a massacre, and RPI is on the receiving end.
How fun is Mercy to watch popping these Dragon Blades? That was the biggest one of Nepal so far, finding 2 with the previous blades on the first point, but they're cleaning up 5 eliminations for Champlain College. I mean, as long as you can get it done with 1 Butter Blade, no nano needed, that is going to set you up so great for a next fight in terms of ult economy.
Yeah, they are trying to set up Millimoo on the Battle Cattle, trying to get some space, but unfortunately Haas is there and running through like a boss. Man, that is a huge ultimate onto him, trying to get as much damage off as possible with this Tesla cannon. I mean, that's why you nano your Winston, right? They didn't even notice Haas was in the back line, and the fight was over before it even began. RPI tried to set up. They turned around. There was a monkey right behind him shooting electricity at him, and you know, they were shocked. They were stunned in place.
And I love it too. Anytime you don't have to use the nano on the Dragon Blade and you're running a Winston composition, Haas is just like a kid in a candy store that next fight, waiting for those enemies to clump up on RPI, get sent in with that nano, executed perfectly. But here we've got RPI finding the opening elim, but not before Mercy comes back in, dashing through 2. Can he find more eliminations? No. And it looks like the Brigtan Venom keeping him at bay, but still. Other eliminations found on the side of CCE Blue are keeping them in this fight. RPI struggling to get a foot on the point. Overtime is already ticking down, and they're not comfortable just yet. Needles able to eliminate Bobo there. They've only got 3 numbers left. Millimoo falls there to Wolf Raider, the support involved in the damage aspect of this game. CCE Blue, their reinforcements are back. They are stable. 3 more members of RPI to deal with. Make it 2 as Josh falls to Haas, and Mercy takes down another Rig Pig with what might be one of the final eliminations here, but a desperation rally popped by Tan Venom on the side of RPI gets them back in this for now. It's a 3 versus 4 on point, but slowly RPI starting to crumble ever so slightly. Overtime still leading down, and it will get too low too fast before Josh and Millimoo are able to touch the point one more. And just like that, Nuke, CCE Blue hop out in front with a 1-map win. That's our score after Nepal.
What's up with all these googly eyes? What is this? It's you know, it's April Fool's Day coming up. I imagine the Overwatch dev team having a field day, just as Mercy is in this back line of RPI, and they kept them there at that choke a couple of times. Berkeley RPI kept pushing through the same choke point, and CCE just kept them at bay there. They knew they were going to come through, so they just waited every time. Going into that final fight, it seemed as though RPI was going to get on point. They were expending the resources necessary to really push out the members of CCE that were kind of out of position. They got an early pick on the Echo pushing in. However, they utilized too many resources too early, and by the time they got to point, they'd already used Dragon Strike, they'd already used Orisa Bongo, they'd already used everything, Soldier, Tac Visor. They didn't have anything once they got to point, so when they were there, it was kind of a now what, right? So they were a little stuck, but CCE did a great job of just holding down the fort and synergizing those ultimates when necessary. They didn't blow everything on a nano Genji blade. If Mercy felt confident in killing the backline, as we saw, Mercy felt confident in killing the backline.
Yeah, Nuke, like what you're saying, RPI had the problem there of using too much too fast, and CCE, that was probably the best part of their Overwatch that they played, is they would only use 1 ultimate each fight, and they would let it, you know, kind of just come to fruition. They would see what value they could get out of a Dragon Blade by itself, setting them up for a fight down the road where they can use 3 or 4 if needed. But on the side of RPI, it just kind of seemed like they weren't quite sure how much they were going to need to just break through CCE's front line and actually get to the point. And by the time they got there was just nothing left in the tank but a pretty weak-looking stagger fight. Things are going to change, though, as we head over to Hollywood. I mean, this is a map where the payload can progress. You don't quite have to use ultimates all the time just to get space, but if I'm looking at CCE and the way they're playing this Overwatch so far, Nuke, I would imagine that they've learned after Nepal they can be very aggressive against RPI, and RPI has to make some changes that will keep them at bay for a little bit longer.
Tell me, what comps, what characters do you think we're going to see here, Berkeley?
Honestly, for CCE, I think the heroes they've picked so far in this game are perfectly suited to this map, especially the second point. That's when I love to run a Winston comp or a Wrecking Ball comp, some sort of mobile composition. And the dive DPS they've ran so far, Echo and Genji, if those are working, there's no reason not to play that here on Hollywood. On the side of RPI, I think they've got to get a little bit cheeky on defense, Nuke, and you know exactly what I'm going to say. Run a Torbjorn on defense. What do you have to lose? Give Mercy some trouble in the form of a turret that doesn't miss PS. Because honestly, they're having trouble focusing him down. Mercy's movement is fantastic.
True.
Now they're going to have Herbie to deal with as well. I'm sure Herbie's going to be playing a very fantastic Tracer coming into this game. Be a hard target to focus down. They've got one proper hero pick on this composition that I would not this whole time, and that's Tan Venom on the Brig. I think that is what you're going to base most of your compositions around playing against CCE, but I think if this doesn't work for them here on defense, they've got a few changes they can make.
And notice, folks, we have switched sides, so CCE Blue is now on the red side of the map, and RPIB is blue. So CCE is pushing first, Mercy trying to break through this defensive hold that RPI has up in this hotel. And I love this composition. I wasn't expecting to see some double bubble trouble come out from CCE Blue, but I think that it's a comp that can work especially on Hollywood and especially with both of these dive characters. So we'll see as they get into position if they're able to break through this hold.
And right now they're doing it so perfectly too, just taking their time, getting as close as they can before actually using their cooldowns to get in and make this fight happen. Wolf gets rezzed up there by Java Chup, so we've got a 6v6 fight again on our hands. Herbie with the Pulse Bomb sneaking into the back line. That one sticks on the Tan Venom, and they start to fall. RPI begin to crumble here. Mercy with the Ghost Dash reset, goes back in for more. And with the help of the tanks on CCE Blue, they decimate the coffee house and take point number 1.
Watching Mercy Ghost Dash that quickly was intimidating to me, and I'm not even playing. That was insane. It was lightning speed reflexes, and that's what you need if you're going to play a dive character like Genji. So that brings a lot of confidence into this composition moving forward, and Genji is not, you know, it's a character that you can play, but it's not often the #1 choice of most Overwatch DPS. So it's quite relieving to see a Genji perform at this high of a level with these Dragon Strikes coming out so frequently.
And again, it looks like we're actually going to be going in for a Nano Blade here. High flying action, cuts down one as Legacy goes down, but fortunately falling off the high ground, not able to find more with that Dragon Blade, but still it looks like the window has been created by Mercy. And in this fight, it looks like this one should be a wrap, but RPI has been clutch once. But it doesn't look like they will be here.
Absolutely. It looks like CCE put all of their chips in pressing the aggression, and it worked out. They had to use both of their DPS ultimates there. However, they do have Nano online, and they do have a Monkey. So there you could argue and say they have another DPS ult at their disposal. Haas does have Primal Rage as well, but it would be poor choice to use that and get nanoed. Obviously, you want to use Tesla Cannon when you get nanoed, but gonna use this Primal Rage now to try to create some space as CCE continues this push around this last corner of Hollywood.
Ross with a good job there, just making space. That'll buy CCE a few more meters along this third point phase, but it looks like they don't need much more help other than that. Right now they are just stockpiling ultimates after Wolf Raider uses that Nano. They're going to have the grab for this last fight. Java Chup rallying early here. I love this play. They're right up to the spawn doors. Millie Moo having trouble breaking out right now, and understandably so, into a rally. Tanks in your face. Immortality Field used on the wall. Great plays here from RPI to try and get out, but it's just not enough. It looks like CCE has shut the doors so far in advance on this third point, and they will be rewarded with a massive time bank after completing Hollywood.
That is a huge time bank, and they did keep the pedal to the metal the entire time. CCE did a great job of just holding RPI in the doorway, not allowing them any wiggle room to defend that point whatsoever. Now, looking at both comps, I don't know if RPI sticking on the Diva actually added the value they were looking for. Sure, you need the Diva to turn around and maybe peel for your backline, but when you have a Zarya as capable as Rigpig just constantly in your face with 100 charge, there's not a whole lot of Divas going to be able to do against that.
No, Nuke, there's really not. And on the side of CCE Blue, I just want to say, it looks like this whole team is shining. It doesn't seem like they have a weak link. We haven't seen their supports get too involved in this game, but what we have seen from the supports is they're using their ultimates perfectly. They're finding as much value out of every nano, getting as much aggression out of every rally boost from Java Chup. I mean, this team has not made a mistake all game long, aside from their first fight on Nepal, which might not have even been a mistake. It might have just been RPI making a great play to get a couple early eliminations, but since then, it has been lights out for CCE Blue. They have turned it up 10 notches on the dial, and RPI has to respond this round, or mentally it's going to be very tough to come back once we go to Dorado.
Well, this may be the composition to do it too. Millie Moo, she's deciding to switch off of the Orisa back onto the Reinhardt. And I like that pick a lot more, especially with these really, flimsy DPS kind of attacking your backline when you have Mercy back there. And it actually looks like Herbie switched off the Tracer onto the Cole Cassidy. They did get the quick movement around the left side. They're now trying to debate their next move. Now, notice FGC Legacy is on the Mei, which could add a lot of value on this point. Works exceptionally well with the Reinhardt, trying to get a sneak in, going to get across the main point. Now, trying to get behind the rest of the team, going up top, trying to get the freeze online, maybe push that top line down a little bit. Mercy finding some picks on point, but overall, RPI, it's kind of back and forth between both of these teams. And it looks like, actually, I put my foot in my mouth, and it looks like RPI will not be able to find that push. CCE just too dominant on holding this point.
Yeah, and CCE knew how to rotate their Sigma on that last fight. Rigpig made a very creative play that RPI definitely was not expecting. CCE Blue was holding up on top of that coffee house, and as RPI starts to get deeper and try and play right under them, that's when Rigpig drifted away and ended up getting a great angle to throw in some hyperspheres. Here we're into our next fight, and Mercy has that blade charged up and looking for an opportune time to let it rip. Just playing with these rooftops a little bit, waiting for RPI to make their move. And when it does, here it goes. Mercy
there it
coming
is,
in
going
with
in
the
the
dash. Oh, Nuke, I'm sorry to cut you off there,
No,
but-
tell us what's going on!
Oh, he got stunned, froze, and that looked like no fun at all. Needles and Legacy were there in response. The DPS, the damage dealers for RPI, dealing with Mercy finally amidst the blade, but the rest of CCE Blue make up for Mercy's space that he made, and a clean house.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rigpig has left the building. Just kidding. Rigpig is here and here to stay, and what a play from Rigpig on the side of CCE Blue, finding multiple, but really the key player in that fight was Mercy. We saw a little bit of the movement before the fight had begun, and that's a key part of Overwatch that isn't often talked about, is positioning and movement, but it's so vital. If you can make those parts of your game efficient, then you're gonna come out on top, just as we're seeing CCE Blue do right now. Now FGC Legacy on the side of RPI will have that Blizzard online here pretty soon. CCE Blue does have multiple ultimates. They are gonna use those bongos coming out, same as the Deadeye. It's gonna find one. Noon is passed and Needles is down. FGC Legacy now on top. They are going to push the rest of CCE Blue off the top of the high ground. Millie Moo trying to find Mercy in this back line. However, it's not going to find anyone. They're pushing in on Millie Moo, and it looks like she will fall. CCE Blue remains dominant and does a great job, like you said, of rotating off that high ground. They did it yet again and caught RPI off guard.
Yeah, and the thing here about CCE Blue and why I think they're going to close out this shutout round of defense is RPI, they want to get into that coffee house so bad, but CCE Blue knows how to play Hollywood first point. They know how to make it so, yeah, you can have that spot of first point, coffee house, where you think you'll be safe. But remember round number 1 where we were patient, we made our way into coffee house and decimated you? We're going to do that again on defense. We'll let you have it. We're going to come in and make this our game of Overwatch. Mercy doesn't find much with this play, but does get the sound barrier out from Tan Venom. Now that is going to put RPI in a pretty difficult spot as they're going to be low on support resources coming forward. Flux comes out, this should be free, thrown down there is Needles. Mercy gets blown up by the Diva Bomb from Josh, and now it is just an ult fest. The ultimate transcendence, everything getting used here in overtime. But CCE Blue still look to be the team coming out on top, but Millimoo is able to pin Rig Pig. Not before Haas is able to pop the supercharger and also eliminate Josh's mech, but still Nuke. This one is anyone's game. It's trading back and forth, and RPI has 4 members still in this fight, but Millimoo needs some support fast.
And it's coming down to who's going to get the ultimates online first. It's looking like Herbie with the Hancock smacking him up and taking him down. RPI will fall on point. Overtime is all but not. CCE Blue will be wearing the shades, rolling across the red carpet as they take Hollywood.
Nuke, as far as the Challengers division goes, I really, all season long, have not seen a team play as patiently as CCE plays. Of course, they turn up the aggression at the right moments, like Java Chup rallying here aggressively all the way in the spawn doors, but still, this team plays so laid back in such intense fights. They give up ground to RPI. They transform how RPI thinks the map is going to be played mid-fight, and they are able to just sweep fights out from under them, even despite losing 1 or 2 members at the start. They're playing great Overwatch. A lot of teams in this division have a lot to learn from CCE Blue.
Absolutely. And RPI, I think the biggest takeaway that they could make from that series, if they go back in VOD, which obviously you should in any of these official matches in this capacity, I think that they could look at how CCE was reacting to everything they were throwing at them. I mean, they pushed that coffee house the same time, or the same way multiple times. And CCE reacted the same way multiple times. They got off the high ground, they rotated in, and they came up behind them. They pulled the reverse Uno card, right? And if you're running into the same mistake multiple times and you're not learning from it, that's just insanity at that point, right?
Yeah, it is. And from RPI, it's probably very difficult because you probably scrimmed this map pool all week long and you found out that that's the rotation that definitely had the best success for you all week against your opponents that you were scrimming. But here we see RPI, they were just ready for it. And at some point, 2-3 fights in, you've got to make a change. Even though that seems like your best rotation, your safest rotation. I mean, the way Mercy was playing just along that high ground side, opposite the coffee house, creating an angle, making it so RPI was uncomfortable. These are things that CCE is doing, taking different angles and being creative mid-fight that RPI clearly just is showing that they're not quite ready for. So in a VOD, you have to look back and see, how do you prepare for some creative Overwatch that could happen even if your strats and scrims were working? You've got to think, what could a team do to beat our strat and then get ahead of that? But Nuke, I do believe we're going to be going to a short break before Dorado, so we'll give RPI a little bit of a chance to strategize, game plan, and get back in and try to steal a map off of CCE Blue.
And we're back again with the NECC Overwatch action. We got CCU versus RPI. And I tell you, CCE Blues here to say improvise, adapt, overcome. Bear Grylls. And they're going to keep that sentiment moving on to the next map. Berkeley, where are we heading to next?
We're going to Dorado, which again is a map that I'm looking at CCE to just play double bubble. It seems like that's what they scrimmed at. That's what they've been strong at all season long. And this is a map that perfectly suits that composition once again. So if that is giving RPI as much trouble as it is, why would you switch? Why would you go double shield?
Yep.
Why would you run a Reinhardt? Why would you do anything but this? Because you have only lost a couple fights all night long. And the way your DPS are just tuned up to this game, the way your Winston is playing every time they get a nano or any time that Java Chup has a rally come online, this team is just able to be so aggressive every single fight. I don't think they need to change a thing, but Nuke, what does RPI need to do?
RPI has to get past this first point. I truly think this is going to be the hardest point for them. Now, granted, RPI will start on defense. So I think in the vein of looking at defense, not offense first, RPI needs to hold hard. Maybe putting Moo on the Orisa again might have some benefit, but it didn't before, right? You have a team like CE that is just going to keep running you over, and that is what has shown to happen. So I think that RPI has to be very meticulous and intentional with their picks, as well as look at synergizing these ultimates and abilities a little bit more like CCE is doing. But we're heading over into the beautiful B-roll on the lovely Dorado.
Yeah, Nuke, I think RPI has had a couple of playmakers stick out tonight, like Needles with that play on Hanzo to save second point Hollywood and chew off a couple more minutes of that big time bank that CCE was threatening to put up. You've had Ten Venom playing the Brig, playing the best hero to go against this CCE blue comp, so they know a couple of the right answers to this equation, but at the same time, CCE comes into this game 5-1, RPI 1-6, so just a massive underdog. This bout is very tilted toward the side of CCE Blue. So RPI knew this one was going to be a big test, one that you were trying to learn from. And I think that last round there on Hollywood, where first point was full held by CCE Blue, I think that is where RPI can actually get the most information out of any of these points so far tonight, where it's like, okay, we did our rotation, the thing that has worked best for us. It worked in scrims. We were confident in it. And then CCE comes and they throw a wrench by setting Haas on some strange angle. Mercy is jumping around on a rooftop. So you're going to find ways to adapt to teams that are just creative mid-fight. And that is a good lesson for RPI to learn, especially at this point in the season.
I think they're going to be learning a few more lessons about what a Roadhog can do to a Winston specifically. That's going to definitely hurt if Millie Moo isn't careful. She's got to definitely watch her step as she jumps in for these dives. RPI looking like they're running the double bubble composition here, which is interesting. We're going to see a bit of a mirror comp in the terms of the tank and the supports on both teams, but CCE running more of a dive heavy composition with their DPS. RPI running more of a hit scan with Needles and FGC Legacy on Hanzo and Cole Cassidy respectively.
Yeah, RPI running almost the right comp to mirror what CCE is doing. CCE taking a pretty creative route, but honestly, Nuke taking way too much time. A minute has already gone by. This is now a 5 versus 5. Flame goes down simultaneously with Herbie, but that's not going to stop Haas here, rolling into the front line, throwing the bubble down, making some space for himself, and Mercy dashes through Legacy, gets the reset, and starts to cut up some more. And they're just going to stagger out Tan Venom here, and even though that one took a minute to set up, we talked about how CCE, probably the most patient team in this division, they let that minute go by just so they can engineer that fight, and now they are so well set up. Wolf Raider has the nano boost. This second fight should be much easier, much faster.
Yeah, I mean, that is the definition of confidence, is knowing when to strike and doing it so intentionally that you have no doubt in your mind you're going to find the kills, just like Mercy is finding them in the backline. The beautiful Dragon Blade, utilizing only one two resources on the back of Wolf Raider's Nano Boost. That was a great play from CCE to continue this push and keep RPI rolled on the back. RPI really needs to find their footing early, as they've already given up the entirety of the first point.
In RPI, they would like to run double bubble. They would like to kind of get into the same kitchen and cook up what CCE has been cooking up. But the difference here is the DPS on the side of CCE Blue, coupled with these tanks, so much better. Mercy goes in there, but gets completely rolled as Legacy hits the stun and everyone else follows up with damage onto the pesky Genji for Champlain College. But here, Haas rolls in with the Primal Rage, again goes down, and CCE, they are down 2 in this fight, but the payload still moves. But RPI playing good Dorado fundamentals. They get up to this second point high ground. They're set up very well for their next hole.
Yeah, Millimoo did a great job of just trying to stop the CCE push, allowing RPI time to set up on this high ground, which is good placement if you're RPI. However, you look over on the side of CCE, and they have a lot of characters that's going to be able to pressure this high ground. So we'll see how this interaction goes. Needles needs to find a pick early if this fight is going to go in the way of RPI. They also have, 3 ultimates going, almost 4 ultimates online. But I look at that Mercy. If you guys just pay attention and direct your attention to the numbers next to Mercy, they are moving at a rapid pace. We are going to see some ultimates come out. The Graviton Surge comes out mixed with the Dragon Strike. That's going to be a huge push from RPI, keeping CCE at bay. And unfortunately, the Dragon Blade from Mercy not going to find really any value in RPI. Flipping the script, doing a great job of just comboing 2 ultimates. The classic combo, the Graviton Surge, the Dragon Strike.
Yeah, that is a combo that dates all the way back to 2016, and it's legendary efficiency, and no better way to deal with the Dragon Blade than that. Mercy comes in and dashes straight into that Graviton Surge, but now this fight spilling out onto the high ground. Java Chop rallied, swinging the flail away, swinging for the fences. Mercy dives in with the follow-up there, helping out with the kill onto Josh, and it looks like here CCE has finally found their footing on the second point streets phase of Dorado, chasing around Needles, Rig Pig, and Java Chop on that elimination as well. And this one wrapped up here, adding another minute and a half to the time bank, and it looks like CCE will have 3:30 to complete Dorado, which is a pretty fair time bank. I would trust them to get the job done here, but this is a better job on defense that RPI has done compared to Hollywood.
I would have to 100% agree with you. The defense coming out from RPI is definitely miles ahead. Same as this payload, miles ahead of the usual payload. I gotta say, I was thrown off a little bit, Berkeley, when I saw the googly eyes on the windshield. I was not, I forgot that was the thing, and I was not ready for it when we panned over the truck.
Yeah, there's some pretty silly stuff that's going on with the skins and the cosmetics in Overwatch now. Grab gets thrown in by CCE as it looks like Mercy is just eyeing up a target, dashes through there, playing with just a sliver of health now. Able to get healed up now as they make their way to the payload for some little AoE heals, and Haas doesn't seem to be done. Primal raging all the way to the spawn of RPI, creating a ton of space as the payload rounds its final corner. RPI will have to make a final stand defense here and get back out very quickly, Nuke, but they luckily have some ults to work with.
True, and then as we say that, the Dragon Strike will come out on point. Gonna find a pick in the form of Mercy, arguably one of the biggest picks that RPI could find at this moment. CCE has no choice but to back up, and for the first time their back is against the wall with 2 minutes left to attack this payload and push it to the end. This is one of the hardest pushes to make. You have to treat it almost CP style push because they're gonna come back almost immediately. CCE does have 2 ultimates online though that could make this game entirely over and put a nail in this set. That is Wolf Raider's Nano Boost going on to Mercy's Dragon Blade. We'll see if that is what they go for. Mercy trying to get into position, and we're seeing it now come online. Finding for the first target, fishing for it, finding Needles, threading the Needles, taking out Tan Bandom. Next SGC Legacy, and Fireflame will fall as well. Mercy through the rip and tear, taking out all of the RPI staff and securing this game for CCE. At least the push for round 1.
No better time for Mercy to execute with a flashy play. Gets the Nano Boost from Wolf Raider. she's been throwing him on Haas a lot of this game, but about halfway through this contest, switching the nano target over to Mercy, who was doing great work with the Dragon Blade. No nano required, but anytime you throw the nano boost onto a Dragon Blade and the Genji is as good as Mercy for Champlain College, it is a game changer. You can come in, dice up the squishies like we just saw, collect a quick little 5k, and finish off a point when there's just one fight remaining. And that's what we saw. Mercy coming in, saying they're the best player in the lobby. They have been all night long. Genji is a hero that is so hard to get value out of, especially in a 6 versus 6 environment where it is team play. It's not just the ranked ladder. Focus fire is at an all-time high in these competitions, but Mercy still finding the space, hitting the shurikens, and that blade gets sharpened up with a nano from Wolf Raider. Mercy executes yet again.
Yeah, Mercy is just definitely going through a tear on this RPI team. Oh lord. Oh no. Oh god. Berkeley, it's coming full circle from exactly what we were discussing on Hollywood. CC Blue opting for the man himself, Torbjorn.
I love it. You know I love it. It might be tough to work against this composition, but I know the rest of CCE Blue is going to be high flying with this double bubble dive they're going to be rocking, and I would imagine that Herbie is just going to be locking down the backline of the defense, trying to keep Wolf Raider alive, as I'm sure they're sensing that a lot of the pressure is coming on to Wolf Raider, but between Herbie and Java Chup, their backline should be pretty stable. But on the side of RPI, hey, reach into the tool belt, see what you can find in there. They pull out a Bastion composition. It doesn't work on this first fight as Needles goes down. Tan Venom falls quickly after that, and right now it just looks like CCE Blue is going to cut up the rest of RPI here.
Now note, they did get a pick pretty early on Java Chup in that fight. They will have to reset, but it will take Java Chup some time to get back to this point. So if CCE Blue, if RPI is able to regroup fast and get back to this point, they could have a second push and force a 6v5. It's a matter of how fast they're able to do it, and this kind of goes back to what I was alluding to earlier, Berkeley. Positioning and movement is everything, and is a micro in Overwatch, which can make all of these matches. You're going to see a jump on to the top line. Millimoo looking for a pick. Josh almost falling early as well. Actually is going to get demeched, and Millimoo will fall. That will be a full reset from RPI.
And we see CCE Blue just kind of conceding space and letting RPI feel like they're going to find something as they come around that first corner. They kind of bait them in. Every one of these fights so far, CCE Blue has had some member of their team just lingering on the low ground, looking very killable. And then they pull back, and then right when RPI steps into the kill zone, that is when CCE comes in with a thunderous roar, but here they waste no time setting in Mercy with the Dragon Blade nano boosted. Creates a ton of space, but finds no eliminations. Now RPI, they actually concede the space here, and they should come back in with the greater amount of resources to maybe win this fight, but Mercy, not so quick to be outdone. Tracks down Tan Venom, and with the help of Haas, that elimination is found. Mercy then dashes through Legacy, and Haas, again, pounces on one more target in Fire Flame, and the CCE Blue team, they just dive, they focus fire, they find all the vulnerable targets, and Nuke, they're just so fast on these Dorado fights.
Yeah, I'm going to have to set the load size to oof, Berkeley, because it's not looking very good for RPI in terms of getting this payload moving. They're just not finding the foothold that they need to get these picks. I mean, look at the side of CCE. They have 4 ultimates online. RPI almost has, 4 or 5 online. It's going to come down to who's able to get more value out of these ultimates and who's able to make the counterplay happen. We're seeing the first pick come out, Rid Pig taking out Millimoo, showing the dominance in the pastures, and wow, the massive Graviton surge coming out. CCE Blue capitalizing and sending RPI back to spawn yet again.
Josh here getting a little staggered out of the mech, just having zero fun. You saw him just sitting perfectly still on that staircase, knew his fate in front of him, and just goes, all right, I'll get sent back to spawn. You're gonna do it. Just get it over with. CCE Blue, 25 seconds on the clock, ultimates to burn. They should have no problem here cleaning up this fight. A little ghost dash here, and now a Dragon Blade cuts up Tan Venom in the skies. Going in for more, gets the bubble. The dash resets on the Legacy. Mercy cannot be stopped until that sleep dart finally puts a pillow under his head. This Fire Flame executes a crucial cooldown there, but it's too little too late. 3, 2, 1, and Dorado should be ticking down.
That will be it, as we're seeing the Molten Core being thrown out as the last ditch. Almost, I guess not last ditch, more of a fun, yay, we did it, celebration type of deal. Seeing Mercy with the googly eyes, seeing where those eyes are going to go. And yep, this is that beautiful Dragon Blade that we saw on the push earlier. Mercy taking out, I think, got a 4K there, maybe a 5K. Yeah, probably a 5K. That was a great play overall from CCE Blue, showing their dominance this evening in the 3-0 sweep against RPI. GG's to both rosters.
And Nuke, let's just get the MVP conversation out of the way early and then talk some more micro Overwatch interactions that we saw. But Mercy on Genji all night long?
Yeah, Mercy on Genji all night long. That's got to be my player of the match for sure. I mean, it's one thing to show versatility, and that is important in Overwatch, but why need to show versatility when you're just slaying on one hero the entire time, like we saw from Mercy in this set?
Especially when it's a hero with such a high skill floor going into these team 6 versus 6. You're scrimming the entire time with your entire teammates, and focus fire is again at an all-time high. Genji is so difficult to get away with in 3 maps in a row. Mercy just never falters off. Genji never switches to a different pick, never goes what anyone would call a meta hero. Sticks with it. Between Mercy and Haas, that dive comp was unstoppable. But now, Nuke, let's talk a little bit about what RPI did well tonight. And I think the base of their compositions looked pretty good, especially with Tan Venom on the brig for most of it. It seemed like they knew a couple of answers to keep a dive composition at bay, but they just weren't quite executing to actually take care and eliminate Mercy and Haas as they dove in time after time.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Berkeley. I think the strong suits that came from the RPI roster tonight was, I really like seeing Needles on the hit scan. Needles did a great job of finding picks early on in these fights for RPI. I think where they lost their momentum a tad was how they were engaging these fights and who they were targeting exactly when they went in, because it felt like they got there and they're like, all right, we're here.
Now what?
Now what? Exactly. So I feel like if they can make their proactive plays just a little bit tighter and have a little bit more answering of the 5 W's, like who, what, when, where, why, how. If you can answer that beforehand, before you get into these fights, then you're left with a little bit less of a parameter of what do we do while we're here.
Yeah, and some of that too is finding a way to be creative in a mid fight, which isn't always easy, especially as you go through scrims. You find what is getting success for your team. And a perfect example is Hollywood First Point, how RPI was just choosing a very good rotation to go at, to attack the first point every time, choosing to just go straight to the coffee house the safest way they possibly could, and end up putting CCE in a difficult spot outside of that natural cover. But it still looked like CCE, they're the team that just was way more creative in these mid fights. They would send Haas when they were playing Sigma on some off angles, throwing in hyperspheres right into the backs of RPI. Mercy would be dancing along the rooftop, something you're definitely never ready for in a scrim, as a Genji just being above your head the entire round. So it looks like RPI has a little bit of a problem with creative Overwatch and adapting on the fly like that. But I feel like map after map, they're making picks that improve their composition, improve their chances. And I think on Dorado, at least on their defense, that was probably the best they played all night. So you like to see that improvement climbing as a match goes on. They never gave up early or anything like that. So mentally, this team's in a good spot. They play some good fundamentals. It just seemed like CCE, they have that now 7-1 record for a reason. They adapt on the fly. They come at you with something new every single fight. Anytime you think you have an answer, CCE changes the game and gets the Overwatch back in their favor.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what we saw tonight. CCE E coming off of a massive win in that 3-0 sweep against RPI. And luckily, the night is not over. We have one more match for you as Butler Blue will be taking on Purdue Black after this short break. Stay tuned. Alt Charge and I will be back on the mic for this massive Clash of Hoosiers set. Being a Ball State grad myself and the founder of the Battle for Indiana tournament series, I am very eager to see how these two teams duke it out. Stay tuned, grab some popcorn, and we'll be back soon.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Welcome back, you lovely folks. We are here once again. The NECC action is underway. Match 3 of the evening. And yet again, it is myself, Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined by Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens. And we have the Battle of the Hoosiers ahead of us. Butler Blue will be taking on Purdue Black, both in the Champions Yellow division. Heading straight into the lineups. On the Butler side, we have Depression, Butters, Intrepid Cash, Shadow Edge, Twint, and Cabbage. Looking over at the Purdue side, Berkeley, what do we have in store?
Well, on the side of Purdue, we're going to have Monster, as we would say it here in Northeast of the United States. We got Ionic coming up next, followed by Bouncy Bear, Sub One, Clem, and Marshmallow. Nuke, map pool tonight. It's exciting, but I mean, the map pool speaks for itself. Chat knows how to read, and if they don't know how to read, we got pictures for you. What I want to talk about, Nuke, is this is probably one of the more interesting games of the night because these two teams, Butler and Purdue, are coming in with similar records. Butler is 1-6, Purdue is 2-5. While those might not seem that entertaining, what is the fact that this is a high-ranked division here in Champions Yellow. And pretty much the only win that Butler has is against a team that forfeited. That's Lebanon Valley College. Purdue Black also got a win via forfeit off Leb Valley College. And the closest scoreline we've got is Purdue got their one win over the MTU Huskies in a very close 3-2. And Butler lost to the Huskies 2-3. So I think we got a close one on our hands, Nuke, and we have quite the map pool to run deep into a game. So I am really looking forward to this match.
Absolutely. The very first map we're going to see in Nepal will be Village. That's where we'll be heading first. And as you saw by the pictures, next we'll be heading over to Hollywood once we commence this map. But yes, 2 Indiana teams will be facing off in tonight's match. And myself, coming from an Indiana school and my undergrad at Ball State University, we started the series back in 2017 called Battle for Indiana that has maintained status since I've graduated. And every year a school